This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Saturday, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, giving you live coverage here as we do have a tornado outbreak underway, and continuing to worsen in some instances across areas of states toward our west. I know locally tomorrow, on that Sunday, there is a slight risk of severe weather, a 2 out of 5 potential for portions of you in circle, 1 out of 5 for others. And we could expect some damaging winds, maybe some isolated tornadoes as well. So we'll be paying attention to that. But right now, the focus is on areas and states like especially Louisiana, Mississippi. I know Texas already getting hard hit to some degree there, but it could be even worse here in the next several hours in Louisiana and Mississippi. I know a little Arkansas also under a significant threat there under a PDS tornado watch. It could even have some of this substantial risk get a little bit further over Mississippi than where that purple shaded area is. But that is where we have the PDS tornado watch. It's very rare to get issued this time of year. It's something we really see, maybe not even every year, but every just handful of years here. I don't know the exact stat off the top of my head, but 9 p.m. Central Time is when this area in purple, that PDS, rare, particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch is set to expire out type of watch means that we could have just very significant tornadoes that are maybe higher up on the enhanced Vegeta wind scale here. So I know as we look up toward the east, let me just real quick put on that tornado risk toward the east because the 15% risk here goes even, into toward Alabama in the red. So this is not, going to cut off maybe as we get toward like 9 o'clock Central Time. So we got to really be careful here. And we got to take this scenario very seriously. When I talk about EF2, EF3, EF4 type tornadoes, this is the type of winds that I'm talking about here. We may have already had one or two in that type of higher end range out toward areas outside of, Houston itself. In that TV market region there earlier on. But the threat here, is something where we could even get like an EF4 tornado. This is very serious stuff, my friends. We already even had a fatality reported, according to ABC 13 in Houston, KTRK-TV. They were saying that the Manville Police Department was reporting at least one fatality. So that was something that was pretty significant. We were tweeting stuff there on Twitter at Cloud Casey, but this stuff could be even more significant here as the parameters really come together here, like we rarely see, any time of year, much less this time of year. So this is very serious stuff here. We talked about how there could be a threat to our area on Sunday back on our late Monday update last week, late Monday, early Tuesday, as we're on the holiday schedule. And, we're seeing even worse consequences from what's going to be coming toward us. Those worst consequences happening out to the west right now. So tornado watch, you gotta have multiple ways to receive alerts. That purple area. This could be a matter of life and death. Sadly, it already has been for folks to the west, but they weren't even under the PDS watch. This is the worst type of weather watch you can really be under because you're talking about EF3 type tornadoes, long track EF3, a possibility. And when a tornado warning is issued, that means you want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And this is a day, if you have that basement, that's where you want to go. But if not, you need to protect yourself from flying debris by being in that interior room, having that bicycle helmet on or a football helmet on. Have those shoes on because you don't want to cut yourself up in the aftermath of a tornado, all that glass that might be around. So this is a very serious situation here, folks. You gotta be taking it, just so seriously here as we're looking at things. I know there's college football bowl games on today. The NFL's on, but this is what comes first here. Life-threatening weather. There's even some college basketball, but this is, what it's all about here today. Gotta try to keep people safe. So as we just continue to watch the scenarios. These tips so important. If you're under a tornado warning, we have 6 of them right now. So let's go ahead and get to the board here. And I'm going to go ahead and show you what we're talking about here. You see the Doppler technology. And let's go ahead and go to this tornado warning here for Cameron Paris in Louisiana at 4:23 Central Time. A large and extremely dangerous confirmed tornado was located 7 miles west of Sabine National Wildlife, moving east at 30 miles an hour. The Lake Charles office says this is a particularly dangerous situation, so take shelter now. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes, they will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This is, pretty rural, but Sabine National Wildlife and Hackberry there around this time frame is where we're seeing the impacts. I know you haven't heard in a moment, but we're going to hear beeps here many times that indicate tornado potential. Information coming from the different weather service offices, and sometimes, it's for a tornado possible tag, and it's a thunderstorm warning, or it's an actual tornado warning or update, or even a report of a tornado. So just keep that in mind as we look here. Let's go to rotation tracker. That's a lot of rotation. We've been watching this area since Texas, kind of riding along the coast. You're getting a little bit maybe more instability here because of where this is at. So let me go ahead and kind of, there's our supercell composite. That's off the charts. Tornado parameters high and instability there. Well, as we're right to the coast there, it is a little higher. You can't tell in the color table too much, but it is a little higher down here as we're tracking the overall scenario. As this comes out of Texas, it was just near areas around Netherland there and Groves. Maybe just as I got the rotation tracker, just to the south of those, especially there's where the blue track indicates things just south of, downtown Port Arthur. Not going right through the metro. This is very serious stuff here, and gotta take it very, very seriously as we're looking at things here in toward Louisiana. You just cannot be caught without shelter in a situation like this. We also have a tornado warning in Copiah County, Mississippi. This is now a radar indicated warning. Earlier on, this was a confirmed tornado warning, even a particularly dangerous situation. That's a little bit better news, but it's still radar indicated rotation. This warning to 4:45 Central Time, the one for Cameron Parish until 5:15 back down in Louisiana, and one until looks like about, let's see here, 4:30 Central for a couple more minutes. A damaging tornado warning and for parts of Rapides Parish, just south of Metro and downtown Alexandria. I know, some of these areas got hit harder. Hurricane season going a few years back, especially with hurricanes like Laura coming through and spreading that wind damage far inland. And we're talking about a tornado warning here right now. Let's have radar indicated tornado warnings, and sometimes based on where the radars are, they could actually be on the ground. You just don't see them, and then once there's a debris signature, that means it's already being, a really bad situation here for some folks. It's already an impact to life and property at the surface. So you can't wait for these to get confirmed. So let's give you some heads up on some of these warnings here. So we have, it looks like, areas in Louisiana and Mississippi under this one. New Orleans office giving us some of the latest information here on what is going on. So a tornado warning coming on out here as we kind of continue to give you the very latest on exactly what is happening. I'm kind of looking over here off the screen to try to figure some things out. This is a tornado warning here for Pike and Mid counties of Mississippi until 5:15 Central Time. We also have areas that are like in toward Louisiana, some of the different parishes being impacted as well with that. We also have a tornado warning further north. This was in the Monroe Ruston TV market. This is a tornado warning there. Let's see. Morehouse Parish, East Carroll Parish, Madison Parish, as well as Richland there and Carroll, so it's not just East Carroll Parish, but also West Carroll Parish here. So a nasty situation. Let's put those tornado safety tips up again here as we watch this scenario. We get the new information in. Severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado near Baker, 3 miles southeast of Delhi, moving, it looks like northeast of 45 miles an hour. So again, just continuing to give you the very latest here on exactly what is happening Just trying to keep you guys informed as the situation does evolve here. So let me go ahead. I'm just checking some things behind the scenes. This is a one-man band, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Again, let me go ahead and see what we got here. I'm checking everything I can here behind the scenes, my friends, to keep you guys safe, whether it's on Twitter/X, on Facebook, on YouTube, or on Twitch. We have a tornado outbreak that's got to be taken very seriously. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. I want to go ahead and pull up another mode here, a Doppler. Let me go ahead and pull that on in. Let me go ahead and pull that on in. As you hear some beeps coming on in, some different updates from different offices, the different weather service offices here. And as you know, some of these areas we're having unseasonably warm temperatures. I know even further east where we're at here in Stark and North Central Florida, where we'll be watching the threat for severe storms tomorrow. We're at 73 degrees right now. That's pretty warm for this time of year, late December. As we're looking at things, we got the 77 degrees earlier on, so some of that instability out there. Now, so getting to January may have a significant cool down here, but as we go ahead and continue to watch. Let me go ahead and pop on up here some of the other information as we're just trying to keep you up to date. So again, those tips very important. But let me go ahead and jump away from those for the time being. So we're watching those tips, of course, but here's the Doppler presentation. This is a tornado warning for Cameron Parish here. As we're looking at things in toward Louisiana, that's some pretty tight rotation. Not as tight as it was maybe earlier on. So that's a little bit of good news in the very short term of things. But this could rapidly evolve once again here into something more substantial in terms of that radar indicated or even confirmed tornado situation. I don't really see any debris right now either. So that's good, but that can change here very rapidly. We have to just be on top of it here as the hours go by. So, that's what we're looking at there right now. Let me go ahead. We'll check some of the other tornado warnings on this mode. Let's go up to the Arcalymist here. Okay, we're getting different updates right now. Region is really, the radar coverage is not good out here. I know TV stations with their own radar is helpful, but we're not able to see that ourselves, but they can be helpful in the warnings being issued. But let me go ahead here and look. We have this tornado warning going in toward Mississippi. So that's headed up for Macomb. We gotta watch that here next little bit. I will say, stuff isn't looking quite as nasty as it was a few minutes ago, but that could really change here, in the short term here very rapidly, because we have all the tornado parameters here around. If we do take a little break here in the cover, it'll be on at least every half an hour. But again, you can see all this tornadic parameter information coming on in here on our computer source. There's the Superspace Cape here. Now, as we get later on, you might think, well, the threat would go down because the temperatures may go down some, but boy, we got enough of the parameters here to be problematic for several hours. We have the jet stream involved here today, for instance, so this can be still tricky even after dark, and that makes things even more dangerous here. So you gotta, take this seriously. Look how warm it is in South Texas today. I mean, I know they're not getting it, down toward like Corpus Christi, but they're almost at 90 degrees there. It's 90 in one of the sensor, sites there at Kingsville. So that is very warm, very nasty, just overall pattern. Of course, we're going to be watching stuff around here tomorrow. This is just some scattered shower action, but as we get towards sunrise, our western counties will be getting into some of this, and then as we get later on, we'll be watching further on off toward the east. So let's see. So let me remind you guys of where our covered area is right now, and let you guys know about our 62 counties. So we're in Bradford. Always on pretty tornado warnings from the 62 counties, but we're on right now with this special national coverage as well because of the seriousness of the situation. Of course, here are our different platforms that we're on as we just try to give you everything here that you need I see over 45,000 electric customers without power in the state of Texas right now. Let me check some of the different zones where this is the worst at. It looks like around Newton County, Texas, 1,195 customers in the dark. Tyler County, Texas, 4,017. Chambers County, 637. Galveston County, almost 9,000 in the dark. Harris County, where Houston is, almost 10,000. Montgomery County, where Conroe is, not necessarily in Conroe because they had the worst weather off toward the east to them in some of these cases. But over 3,000 customers in the dark there. Houston County, which is not where Houston is, a little over 3,000 customers in the dark. So getting more updates. This is a tornado watch update there. We did get a gust of 63 in Alexandria, Louisiana. I know as we just continue along here, we continue to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening here. So again, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed with this overall situation. So again, just going through everything behind the scenes right now. There's your tornado safety tips again, just to remind you guys of those. Louisiana, 22,000 customers in the dark. We're talking about areas there like Sabine Parish, almost 5,000. Vernon, almost 3. Beauregard, 3,505 according to Power.us. It looks like some of these other ones here. Wynn Parish, 312. Grant, 716. Rapides, where Alexandria is, 1,168. Okay, there's a PDS tornado warning continuing that one out of Lake Charles office. We'll go back to that in a moment. But just continuing to watch everything here. Just trying to give you the latest. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Just trying to keep you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and look at some of the information here. Make sure we don't need to jump right back down to that storm. I'm just checking on it right now. I mean, it's not crazy like it was earlier on, but we'll watch, of course. You know, we haven't had to be on a whole bunch here lately for tornadoes. Over the last several months, of course, we did have the hurricane season that was so active, and all the tornadoes from Milton are towards South and Central Florida, though. Back in October, we had that double box stream going for that. As you know, then we had our landfall coverage for about 12 hours in the later night hours there, as we had to watch our local impacts there more substantially. But again, just continuing to watch all this here. Trying to give you guys the very latest. I'm going to jump back on camera here at this point as we continue to watch everything. We continue to give you everything you need. I know I'm just trying to check everything that we have here at our disposal. Let me go ahead and pull up some model information here as we look ahead. We'll keep the warnings and the lightning up that's going on now, but I'm going to go ahead and, we're going to be watching the damage and wind threat in some of these areas too. I talked about how winds are pretty strong on Alexandria here a little while ago and Rapides Parish. But as we look off toward the east here, let me put some of the model guidance on and we'll progress this a little bit further. I'll zoom out a tad and then zoom back just a tad more. Try to get this right for everybody. And then you can see here the progression. We have some scattered action tonight. Roy didn't get any severe weather out of this here. We'll watch, but let me just double check our parameters around here. Make sure I'm not missing anything, because sometimes when you have so many different things you're watching, we can miss something. But let me check the instability. There's really not even a lot of instability around here. So, right now anyway, it'd be hard for anything to get too terribly strong toward the east. In our area, our 62 counties that I was showing you the map up here earlier on, and that you can get there on cloud.com as well. But let me go ahead and show you here the progression of things. You see that line and some of the action progressing. Could have a lot of power outages from wind if it's not a tornado threat. And you see here that squall line all through Alabama there at let's see here, let's do the math on that. 3 a.m. Eastern to 2 a.m. Central is do that time conversion, because this time of year we don't have as many as we do when the time, and the time is different when we have that, March to October or so time, and then we have that different time here as we're looking, October until March. We don't have as many outbreaks of severe weather. Then so the Z time is always consistent. So after the different conversions here to global time, that's what the models went off of. But anyhow, as we're looking at things, you can see this is 6 a.m. Eastern time. As we're looking, you see some stuff. This could be pretty strong, not severe as we look toward Tallahassee, but the worst of the weather should still be probably in South Alabama, and then although also, maybe just south of Atlanta. Granted, I think the instability will be waning as we get a little bit further off toward the north. As we keep on watching, though, that could be pretty nasty because the parameters you don't see it on here. We study the current parameter. They don't have a way to put the other parameters on here in the forecast, but as I was looking at things here, tornado parameters are fairly up there. As we're looking across the area this time of year, we sometimes don't have enough instability to really be able to get things to verify. We might tomorrow here. It's not supposed to be an outbreak for our area, but we still have to pay attention. We have the logo red, really for our area too, though. But toward the west is where we're more concerned. But this is going to be as we look here. So this is 8 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. And I'll zoom in a little bit more here as we look at things. We're getting reports of Mississippi, Franklin County, Mississippi, by the way, citizen trapped in a house on Berry Town Circle. One injury reported according to a storm chaser. But as you can see here, this is about 11 a.m. At noon, you see some stuff moving through, and that could impact the Jacksonville Jaguars game. I know it doesn't mean much in terms of wins and losses because neither team's going to go to the playoffs this season, but it's the last home game of the year, and there's still going to be folks there that could get hurt if they're not taking their weather precautions, whether it's from lightning or actually severe weather. There could be delays for that game. As you see, this is noon, 1 o'clock. I mean, maybe it gets out where, delays are minimized or not actually even having to take place, but there's a decent chance that Jacksonville Jaguar Tennessee Titans NFL game could be delayed at some point, whether it's at the start or later on. So just bear that in mind as we're looking at things here. I know we're watching some of the modeling, and we'll watch, as we look here, you see some acts. I mean, these parameters, we'll have to see if these storms are discrete enough, we have enough instability. We could have a couple tornado warnings here out of some of this stuff, even in the afternoon. The chances get lower as it gets further away here from the forcing, but nonetheless, we'll have to pay attention there. I know folks will be paying attention. I believe the Tampa game is at home as well, so in the NFL, so that'll be something to watch in terms of weather for them. But see the overall severe weather risk now. As we pull this on up, there's your tornado risk, okay? That's what really is the driver of all this, but there is your overall risk. We do have through 7 a.m. the slight risk all the way out toward like Blakely, Dawson, Bainbridge, and that tornado threat as well. Somewhere I could get under tornado watch, more likely to the western and Georgia, but we'll watch here carefully for everybody, and some of that could be after sunrise, even as we showed in the modeling. Hail threats a little bit lower, but there have been some reports today out toward the west. Your wind risk is pretty significant. And then wind risk for, just really hurricane-type gusts, a possibility in that green circle area. Tornadoes could have strong to violent tornadoes anywhere in that area that kind of shaded in that gold. So you got to be really cautious of that here. In toward the weather picture. A lot of lightning out there. It's December. We just had Christmas, and now we have a tornado outbreak upon us. So we got to be really careful here with all this as we're looking. There's several severe thunderstorm warnings across some of these areas here. We have, let's see, so we have the tornado warning, 3 red boxes, red indicated, 1 purple confirmed, and then 4 yellow boxes. Severe thunderstorm warnings, one of those for Acadia, Allen, Beauregard, Calcasieu, as well as Vanderlyn, Jefferson, Davis, and St. Landry Paris is there, and that goes until 5:30. Then we're also looking at things here. Several of these other ones that keep popping up, Catahoula and Concordia in northeastern Louisiana until 5:30, Tensas, Catahoula, and Franklin till 5:15, Rapides, as well as Vanderlyn, Beauregard, Vernon, and Allen till 5:15, hardened orange and jasper until 5:15 in Texas. So that's kind of the storyline there. Let me go ahead and jump back on over to our debris tracker on our other mode here. Let me go ahead and do that. You don't see any debris right now, so that's good. Even though they're calling this potentially a large tornado, and there's not really much there at all. So it may just be a lull right now. Very well could be, but it also the chance if you get too much of these storms to develop, it can, cause things to maybe have trouble maxing out to their worst potential, like what we were actually seeing earlier on. The environment wasn't as conducive, but we had less storms, and the storms were maxing out to a little bit higher potential here, based on the environment. They're kind of reaching their potential. Uh, we have too many of them in this environment, then even though the potential is really high, because of the favorable conditions, the storms that they kind of get cut off before they're able to grow as violently in terms of maybe tornadic potential. But as we're looking, Macomb, Mississippi, there tornado warning. We're watching there. We're watching these areas. These are areas where we're covered in great. So we got to be kind of careful here. I know I'm zooming in and out a lot, but just trying to give you guys the very latest here. See that gust there, 48 on Alexandria, but we had even higher earlier on at the official weather service sites. We're keeping an eye on things. It's 4:47 Central, 5:47 Eastern Time. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center trying to keep you safe. We're going to take a break right now. I'll be back at the top of the hour with another update unless something makes us come in with another update earlier on. So for now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We'll see you here in about 12-13 minutes unless we need to pop back in sooner with more information as we're watching that nasty, nasty situation to the west. Updated tornado warning. Looks like areas there of a County, Mississippi, radar indicated tornado near Gillsburg are 9 miles. If I'm reading that right, 9 miles south of Liberty, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So, watching that storm, watching all these storms out to the west. We'll have more in just a little bit here on the different streams: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 5 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Eastern, and we're watching stuff here toward the west. We have that area here shaded in that goldish type color. But we do have the potential for strong to violent tornadoes. I've already had some pretty significant ones in toward Mississippi there. I know we were looking toward a community earlier on. They had some really nasty weather as I kind of zoom on in. I'll go to rotation track over the last hour or so. And I know we were watching some of the action on the Doppler radar around areas like McCall Creek. It goes back even further than that at this point. But nasty situation there for sure. As we're looking, we also had damage in North Texas. As we look back over there, you're not going to be able to go back here necessarily far enough, on the rotation tracker, but there was a report there from, looks like Chambers County, 7 miles north of High Island. Multiple power lines were down there along Highway 124, and also 10 people injured in Montgomery County, Texas, not around Conroe. That's an area that a lot of people associate Montgomery County with here, but instead in areas there around Keenwood, 4 miles toward the north and west. So, we're looking a little bit further over from Conroe. I know I'd have to look on this map a little bit here, possibly to get it to come up. Let me go back 4 hours. Okay, there we go. That might help me. Kind of, as we're looking at things, kind of in that vicinity. I know the radar not exactly matching up, but it kind of gives you an idea here what we're talking about. I know in the Porter area, so you see, maybe include talking about Porter Heights even, but it says Porter area, state of Texas, SFC initial estimates indicate 80 homes of major damage or destroyed, and then 10 patients transported to local hospitals. So, that was not a good situation for those folks earlier on as we were looking out there. We're watching all this stuff. Now, I'll go back one more time because I think I can go back because rotation trackers should get us back another hour. And then you're able to see all that tight rotation there in some of these areas on rotation tracker. That's about 5 hours ago now as we're looking at things, I believe. Let me double check my time frame here, do my time conversions. So, yeah, we're at 23Z now. So these reports here would have been about 18Z. About 5 hours, that's around 12 o'clock Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern out there, if I'm doing the math right on all that. We were retweeting some of that stuff at Cloud Casey. The bigger threat is still to come, it would seem. Granted, I've noticed some of this stuff, when it becomes more linear or too much developed, sometimes it kind of limits the potential. The potential was higher to the east, or quite a bit higher than what it was to the west. But so far, the stuff, and toward the west where the damage was, that seems to have been mostly areas where it's been more significant. We did have that area in Mississippi, though, that had the problems as we're talking about around. As I zoomed on in here, you saw some of the different communities, as we're looking at things around McCall Creek. So, again, kind of giving you guys the idea here that I play around with the radar a little bit to try to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family right now. Let's pull up that particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. This is very rare to happen, especially this time of year. We have it right now and play it till 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. In the purple area, we could have areas be just completely demolished by tornadoes here. And those tornadoes could be on the ground for a while. But right now, we have just, for the moment at least, radar indicated tornado warnings, but things can change in an instant. So we have to stay weather aware here. We have to stay vigilant as we're looking at things. And now there are areas in like Rapides Parish there, Louisiana, numerous public reports of trees down around, it looks like town, if I'm pronouncing this right, Deville there, 4:57 Central Time, thunderstorm wind damage. So even though straight line winds can be problematic, but 4 tornado warnings right now, radar indicated, one for eastern East Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana. It also includes northwestern Warren County, and west central Mississippi. We're talking about southeastern Washington County and northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Yazoo County and central Mississippi. It's Issaquena County there in west central Mississippi, southwestern Humphreys County in central Mississippi and Sharkey County in west central Mississippi at 6 o'clock. We have another tornado warning further down. This is another radar indicated one. Continues for East Carroll and northern Madison Parish until 5:30. Those warnings both from the Jackson, Mississippi office, one from the New Orleans office. It's for Meade County in Mississippi. It goes until about 5:15 Central Time. We have East Carroll there. Let's see. Is that just a mid though? Let me double check that. It's showing just a mid on here now. Did they just change that? Okay, well, anyhow, we are tracking here. There's multiple tornado warnings in play. East Carroll Parish on that one. Okay, clicking there. That's in play for another few minutes till 5:15 Central Time. So that's kind of the storyline there right now as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall situation. These beeps indicate different updates that are coming in here toward the Weather Center. As we continue to watch things, we continue to track here the ongoing scenario. When we have severe thunderstorm warnings in play as well. Let's see, that's a 60-mile-an-hour wind threat for Cameron Parish, Catahoula, and Concordia, 60 miles an hour on the wind. We have 60 miles an hour on the wind. Jefferson Davis, Vanderlyn, Acadia, Calcasieu, St. Landry, and Allen Parish is there. Catahoula, Tensas, Franklin for 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then Allen, Vanderlyn, and Rapide, 60 miles an hour in the wind. If I'm mispronouncing some of these, I apologize. I think I got them pretty much down, but I may mispronounce them just a little bit here because I'm not, extremely familiar with some of the different parishes and different counties. Of course, if you're not familiar, Louisiana, is different from pretty much everywhere else in the U.S. We're talking about parishes. That's the name of what is essentially a county in other states. Here as we're looking at things. So that's if you're kind of wondering what I mean by that. That's just kind of how it works there with the nomenclature out there to award Louisiana the names. I know nomenclature could be kind of a long word, but you kind of get the idea. So okay, so as we continue to watch here, we have several tornado warnings in play. They're not, overwhelming variety though at this point. I mean, that looks pretty tight though in our other modes. Let me go ahead and jump back. This can ramp up quick. We saw it. You see Rolling Fork and go back a little less than 2 years ago. They were just devastated there by a tornado when we didn't really have a good view. And all of a sudden things just ramped on up. And hopefully that didn't happen here. This is pretty tight. Granted, this isn't a line formation, but you got to be careful. Things can ramp up quickly right around the it looks like the Fittler community, if I'm pronouncing that right. You see that little notch there. And Issaquena County in Mississippi, I believe, is where we're at with that now. But let me double check. Okay, yeah. And I know we have a warning continuing for East Carroll and Madison parishes in Louisiana. But this right here looks kind of tight. So we got to watch for debris to pop out. If this were to touch down, when the tornado could be close to about 100 miles an hour. So it's in a line formation, which could help us some, but we saw some of that earlier on in the west in Texas, kind of getting in line formation. It was still causing danger for folks. This is still causing danger as well. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here on exactly what is happening. Let me go ahead and jump back on over right now toward our other view here as we continue to give you the latest. Again, a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch, they're very, very rare. And that means, a decent chance we'll have tornado emergencies that indicate catastrophic damage. Haven't had a tornado emergency in the country since May. We had a handful of them back then, but again, we're watching things carefully with all that. That purple shaded area is where the danger is. You see all these yellow boxes. That's the thunderstorm warnings. That's the story mainly for the local stations, and on the local level. But the tornado warnings are more of a bigger story for the national level. And we have the confirmed ones. That's even more concerning as we're looking at things. But that broad shaded purple area is a PDS tornado watch report to Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas until 9 o'clock Central Time, which is 10 o'clock Eastern. I know there's a report in Meade County, Mississippi from earlier tornado of a large debris field of trees reported by our emergency manager there at New Hope Road and Forest Road 156A area. The debris field continued there on Foxford and Oxford Meadville Road before entering into Franklin County, Mississippi, but no structures reported damage there. At least, so that's some good news as we're looking at the overall scenarios. You got to take these tips here into play. So again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to monitor. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Right now, things aren't as bad as they could be, but they could still be deadly if a gust of wind knocks a tree on a mobile home, or even just a site-built home where somebody's sitting. This could be a deadly scenario. Okay, we're getting reports of now a confirmed tornado, so that's kind of why we're having to be really careful with all this. So let me go ahead and switch over. This is the Lake Charles office here. We'll see how this looks depending on the severity of what I see. We'll decide if we need to stick with this a little longer or wrap it into our bottom of the hour update here at 5:30 Central Time here as we're continuing to give you guys the very latest. So again, trying to let you guys know exactly what is happening. Okay, so I see that purple box. Let me get it kind of set up on my other radar here. Make sure we're kind of going to this. It's taking a second to load another system, so bear with me as we try to figure it. So, it's Voiles, Vandalin, St. Landers. We have the confirmed tornado near Indian Lake or near Bunkie. So it must be a debris signature on radar. That's probably what's prompting this. Let me see here. That's a strange way they did that. Okay, so are they? I'm just trying to get my bearings here because there's rotation to the south that looks worse. There's some weird, angles on some of these storms that, like down here it looks a little bit tighter, but the warning's up here, but it's the same weather service, so that wouldn't be the reason why. Let me check here. I know we have some different radar views now. Let me take the New Orleans radar here. They switched positions on that earlier on. I'm just seeing if that's trying to catch anything. The tilt on this. Nope, it's not wanting to load for us right now. But let me just go ahead and try here. Get that on. And I know we are getting more reports, so in multiple homes damaged in and around the Dixon area in Galveston County, Texas. I was way back from 140 this afternoon. That's, 3 miles northeast of Dixon there. Or Dickinson, depending on how you pronounce that there. Dickinson, I think that's how you pronounce that there in Texas. So, not what you want to hear, not what you want to see. Let me go ahead and keep looking at this here. I want to see this confirmed tornado. We have some rotation around Whiteville there in Louisiana. It may be that area right there. But there's some other area to the north that looks pretty, okay, maybe that. I don't know, it's on the edge there. It's so weird the way they, but we gotta watch that carefully. There's a confirmed tornado warning, so you gotta take that tornado precaution. You gotta take this tornado precautions immediately. Voiles, Vandalin, or Vandaline, depending on how you pronounce that, and St. Landry parishes in Louisiana. So let me see if there are any questions or comments from any of the viewers here right now as we go ahead and give you guys the very latest. Appreciate everybody watching. I see John B. watching on YouTube. I appreciate you tuning in. Trying to keep, yourself, your friends, your family safe here this afternoon and evening as we continue to watch things on all the different platforms. It's all about keeping everybody informed here, because of the overall scenario. There's the different platforms we're on YouTube. You can back it up. That DVR functionality is important here. YouTube at Cloud Weather. So if you're catching me at the tail end of this update, you don't have to wait to the bottom of the hour. If that's the next time I come on, if there's nothing enough for me to come back on sooner, you can back the stream up. So that's really helpful for you guys there at home in that scenario. So just trying to keep you guys up to date there on exactly how to kind of do that there as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the scenario. New tornado warning in Pike County, the Mississippi. Okay, near Macomb, so that's a more populated area. So let's check on that before we were to potentially wrap this up. A little bit of a hook there. There's some rotation. There may be debris with that. That could just be inflow, but that could be debris on that. I kind of would say more inflow, but have to kind of keep watching this, right? It's the west side of Macomb, your new tornado warning. I'll pop on the screen. This is a second, and that's in play until 5:45 Central Time. A possible tornado near Macomb, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. There's your new box. You need to take those tornado precautions immediately. So, we've been watching all this active weather here. For sure, it's about keeping everybody safe, and informed here. And we're going to have more in about 15 minutes with another update. I'm going to pop back in sooner. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you guys up to date. A dangerous day, a dangerous night ahead. The sun's gone down here, in some areas, or it's, going down here. It's a situation where lives could be in danger because it's, dark. We have the jet stream pattern here in play, and things could kind of get worse here. You might not be able to see it. So, new tornado warning, Capaya, Lawrence, Lincoln, Simpson County, the Mississippi. Okay, so that's an extension on this one. Actually, I'm seeing it on my other source, and I'm going to go ahead and switch over to before we wrap it. For now, it's a radar indicated, but of course, we're going to be watching these. I'll be back with more here soon, so keep it tuned. The Cloud Weather 5:30 Central Time is our next scheduled update.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here to bottom an hour. It's 5:30 Central Time, 6:30 Eastern. You hear all these different beeps indicating tornado watch updates, tornado warning updates, and the like. I know you do see this purple area now extended off toward east, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch going even further across Mississippi as we're looking now, even in Louisiana. You saw that purple area expand as well. So that's definitely something to note here. As we go down toward the south, we have this situation here. This is a PDS tornado warning again at 5:26 Central. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Gibbstown, or 9 miles. It looks like southwest there of a community. I'll try to pronounce this. If I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize. But La Cassine National Wildlife Refuge, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. So take cover now as we're monitoring everything, as we're trying to give you the very latest. So let me go ahead and pull up the tornado safety tips here as we're kind of looking at things. I know these are very important to keep in mind as we're tracking the overall scenario. And this is a confirmed tornado warning for Cameron Parish in Louisiana here. A confirmed tornado warning in play right now. So you need to be taking precaution. There is the makings of a debris signature as it's kind of coming and going here at points. So I'll see what I'm talking about. Let's go to GR level 3 here, and I'll put that behind me. So this was a few minutes ago at about 20 after. You could see some blues popping up, and it became more apparent this was a debris signature, and then a tornado was crossing over State Road 27 there, and now you kind of see it starting to break back up. So few folks out here potentially, hopefully not too many in terms of, anybody, being impacted. But nonetheless here, we're just continuing to give you the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, that's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado there. And this time of year, we can have some pretty big severe outbreaks. Granted, at least the way it's been advertised in the models and with the PDS watch and play, the moderate risk, this could be one of the worst ones we've seen in a while. But again, this time of year is, a time we can definitely have some pretty big outbreaks that end up being deadly. This has already been deadly today, sadly, as we're looking back toward the state of Texas, according to media reports. At least one fatality there, according to ABC 13, relaying that from Manville Police Department. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there. ABC 13 in Houston, I'm talking about in their TV region where that occurred earlier on. The threat wasn't as high out there, but sadly, things verified. I mean, the overall severe risk over there, pretty much, granted, maybe the tornado risk is a little lower here, but it's pretty much the same overall risk as what we're going to have in our local counties tomorrow. So, it wasn't supposed to be as bad out there. Unfortunately, things were kind of isolated, and able to take advantage of everything the atmosphere had to offer. Right now, the storms are a little closer together. There's more storms around, so maybe not able to take advantage of the full potential of the worst case scenario based on the atmospheric conditions that are around if there were less storms for the environment, to have within it. So, you have a bad environment, you have a handful of storms, versus you have the worst environment but many storms. Sometimes you don't reach as high of a potential, if you kind of get where I'm going with that. So in terms of the overall pattern meteorologically. So, but also it's about population density here too. We did also, have that one storm Mississippi earlier on that we're talking about, McCall Creek, if I recall the name on that correctly. We had an impact there, so it's probably not too far away from where this tornado warning is right now. This year around Brookhaven, there's a tornado warning, some rotation pretty tight north of Macomb. I mean, earlier on we were watching, the Doppler there. Let me go back here, and we were watching everything, some of these different communities like McCall Creek, but now here is in this box here. Let's go north of Macomb. Let me go in our other mode. bear with me. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is going on here meteorologically. Again, let me go ahead and zoom on in. So at 5:33 Central Time, it's about time some people producing a tornado located 11 miles north of Macomb, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we're talking about radar indicated rotation, East Lincoln, Brookhaven, Enterprise, some of those areas potentially in the path of this. So again, we got to be very mindful of this to see if this produces a tornado. As we're looking at things as it moves downstream, we have a new tornado warning there in Louisiana now. As we continue to watch everything here, let me go ahead and kind of give you guys the very latest on this. So again, the purple area is a broad shaded zone as we have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch. We said a new tornado warning. This is the one in that red box here. Possible tornado over the Letchworth community or near Simmsport. Moving east at 50 miles an hour in Louisiana. This is northwest of Baton Rouge. So we got to be careful here, okay? It's not showing up great on there, but we're just going to continue to watch. And then we have a continuation of the PDS tornado warning down here. This is a very odd area to have a strong tornado, but it's been, this general area been a problem all the way since Texas. Right along the coast, that is very unusual. And, this especially in this time of year, this is more what you get in February or March or April, maybe something like that. And it would be a little bit further to the north, not right along the coast. But I mean, it's able to take advantage of more of the parameters this way. Unfortunately, I know we've been watching around some of the oil fields too, as I've been looking here further back. But as you can see, looking here, there is some of that debris showing up right now. This isn't the greatest view. Let me see if there's a better radar. It took me to the Fort Polk radar. This is for Cameron Parish. Okay, Lake Charles radar. Should be the clearer one on this. Okay, so let me go ahead and zoom on in. You don't see the debris right now as much, but it'll be really careful here. That's pretty rural, thankfully. But we'll have to watch. I mean, I don't, think of it necessarily hold together all the way to New Orleans, but, you never know. I mean, we'll watch it. I mean, they're not under the PDS tornado watch there at this point, but we'll just make sure we're paying attention as we're looking at things here in the meteorology world. So, okay, so 6:38 Eastern, 5:38 Central. Again, we are going to have a threat locally tomorrow. Won't be as significant as this, but we could still have tornado watches and warnings for our area. So be prepared here. Really, anybody in our area could see that. Granted, west and north will be where we have the higher potential. But, anybody in our 62 counties, could have some severe weather tomorrow. Strong to severe storms will be possible anywhere within our 62 counties. Again, west and north is where the greater concern would be, theoretically. But, if things really destabilize here and, you're able to get some of the wind parameters for, further east and coincide with the instability, then you could still have a problem even around Jacksonville right in time for the Jacksonville Jaguar NFL game tomorrow against the Tennessee Titans. So, again, that's something to be very mindful of as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the scenarios. So, again, be very aware of that. And we're in Bradford County, one of the 62 counties. Duval County is another one of those 62 counties. We're always on. We've been on for any and every tornado warning storm to move through over the last 5 years or so. It's imperative to keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather, all the different platforms. Facebook, Casey, Cloud X, Cloud Weather, Twitter, / Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch, Cloud Weather, and cloudweather.com. I know in the beginning, couldn't, simulcast like we do now. Didn't have that, method set up at that point, but we do now. Of course, if one of the methods for some reason isn't working, then go to the other one. But generally, all of them should be working. But YouTube is a method I know I'd prefer if I was just watching coverage, because you can back it up. You can see what I said 5 minutes ago or something like that. You can back up the stream. It has that DVR functionality. So if you haven't already done so already, it's free. Hit that subscribe button over there on YouTube as we're looking at things in regards to that platform. I mean, it's a situation where we're on to give you guys the very latest here. And we have all the different sources at your disposal. I know all the different links there, cloudweather.com. that's where you can go for that. So again, just continue to stay tuned here for the very latest on exactly what is happening here in the meteorology world. Again, could have some nasty weather here tomorrow. It's all about trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Not as bad probably what we're having to the west, but you still gotta be prepared here and expect the unexpected. So again, all the different platforms, will be on here as it is necessary. Again, YouTube, I'd prefer that because you can back it up. You can see what I said versus some of the others. You can't really do it like that. But now make sure you're watching it live when, you're really trying to figure out, if things are right there on you. But if in between updates, you want to back it up, see what I said, you can do it like that. Of course, sometimes we'll be on continuously because things are just so rough. We have to stick with you guys to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, just continuing to give you the very latest on all this here in toward the Weather Center. So again, just want to know you guys know about that functionality where you can kind of go back, go forward here as the coverage does, progress. And we're just gonna continue to watch things. Let me pull up our tornado parameter. That's pretty high there in the red there. We have a good amount of instability coinciding. You gotta be careful. This stuff being isolated like this can be problematic. That would worry me more, than some of the stuff in the line. Granted, still gotta be careful with it, but this being by itself like this is cause for concern. Again, just continuing to watch things here, getting all the different reports in Rapides, Paris, in Louisiana, multiple reports of trees down in the Ruby and Colon communities. So again, we're just going to keep watching, keep tracking here. And I'll be back at the next interval here, which is the top of the 6 o'clock Central Hour, 7 o'clock Eastern Hour with another update. So just keep it tuned here. I'll keep you guys informed. And that new year 2025 is only a few days away, but we have to get through this threat first to get us there into 2025. So again, that's important to do here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. Just trying to let you guys know exactly what is happening. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, unless we need to break back in earlier for like a tornado emergency. We haven't had any of those yet today. Hopefully we don't, but if we do, we'll break back in immediately. Otherwise, unless something really catches our eye, we'll be back here at 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern with another update here from the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. And we're continuing to follow that broad purple shaded area, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That means long tracks, strong to violent tornadoes remain a possibility here. So we got to really stay on guard. We do have a confirmed tornado warning right now in Mississippi. So let me go ahead and go over where that. This one right here, this is what I don't like to see, and it's a storm by itself like this, all isolated, discrete in nature. It's able to kind of take advantage of the environment in full. That's a cause for concern. Yeah, that rotation is really concerning here. Seeing wind 60 one way, about 40 the other way, but that may get worse here as we look ahead. I know and switching radars, but you kind of see the progression on this headed up toward areas. There you see Oma there in Mississippi, Rockport area, Mississippi, and then between Georgetown and Panola possibly before this gets potentially at least closer to Mendenhall and even to Jackson Airport maybe, or at least, okay, at least the radar site because the airport will be just to the west. So confirmed tornado located near Centreville, or it looks like 20 miles northwest of Clinton. That's a second tornado warning now. So let me go ahead and check this. That might be this one here. We'll find out here in a second. I know it's down here. Okay. Let me go ahead and look here at our tools here in the Weather Center. That's one of those along the line, so it can still be very dangerous. It probably wouldn't be quite as strong as the other one, though, in theory. But we have a confirmed tornado warning down here now. This is a damaging tornado moving east at 50 near Centreville, or 21 northwest of Clinton. We have this one here, though, further to the north that we're looking off the New Orleans radar there. But let me go ahead and switch to Jackson's radar. And we're just going to continue to monitor the situation here very carefully. Just continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening here to try to keep you guys safe and informed. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what is happening in regards to the overall meteorology. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now. Let me go ahead and go to rotation tracker. And we'll go ahead and say the trends here. And they're pretty nasty as we're looking here from Ruth up toward areas between Brookhaven and Monticello in Mississippi. And then that's one warning there. Capaya, as well as Simpson, Lincoln, and Lawrence counties. The other confirmed tornado warnings for Mid and Wilkinson in Mississippi here as we're continuing to give you guys the very latest. So that is going to 6:30 Central Time at this purple polygon right there. So again, that's kind of the storyline at this point. You know, flying debris that can be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. So again, that's kind of what we're tracking. You have two pink / purple warning boxes. Those are confirmed tornadoes. Two red ones, red are indicated. The yellow boxes for thunderstorm warnings, and a white, in play for just the overall potential is that purple shaded area, the potential for tornadoes, some of which could be strong to violent and long track. So that's not what you want to hear, obviously. We just gotta continue to be mindful here of what we're dealing with. So no matter skill discussing information coming out, talking about the New Orleans area here. The Storm Prediction Center, the threat for tornadoes and wind continues across southern Louisiana into far southern Mississippi, and a local extension has occurred across southeast Louisiana into southern Mississippi to cover a threat. So I know, just kind of looking, you see another mesoscale discussion to the north. I know, I'm kind of wondering if they're going to extend it all the way to New Orleans. We've already seen some extensions. We'll we'll keep our eyes on that. And then we have this red shaded, red circled area that's that'll increase across central and northern Mississippi over the next several hours. Tornadoes and damaging winds are the primary risk in a tornado watch. They're saying will be expanded east and north as the low-level jet is expected to increase markedly. And that's not what we want to hear. I mean, that's kind of what I was hinting at earlier on. We've already seen some pretty nasty weather, and we're at night now. It's dark. Folks can't see a threat coming toward them. Might have already had trouble anyway. We get stuff strain wrapped at points, but with the low-level jet expected to increase significantly here, folks, into areas of Mississippi all the way up toward Middle Tennessee. Granted, the instability lacks up there, but in theory. But latest guidance suggests the 850 millibar flow should increase in excess of 60 knots, which will encourage continued boundary layer recovery into this portion of the Mid-South region. So, it's a tricky situation here because sometimes you can have all the parameters in the world and stuff doesn't happen. But if we get, all these two come together and we get the storms to really be in play here, if they're discreet enough, and, some of these have been, we're going to have problems here tonight, folks. Now, granted, the instability is more to the south. That helps some, but the tornado parameters, some of this stuff, it doesn't act itself perfectly on these maps, but we get different updates. I'll go over those as necessary, but some latest VWP data here supports the thinking with the 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity greater, than 700, and that 2 kilometer flow around 55 knots. And over the last hour or so, pre-squall convection has gradually increased in intensity, and a maturing supercell potentially producing a tornado is tracking across Lincoln and Lawrence County, Mississippi. As the air mass recovers and buoyancy increases, these type of structures may increase ahead of the surging squall line. Strong, large-scale forcing will overspread this area here and support maybe that squall line here such that it should remain the primary storm mode. Even so, pre-squall line and embedded supercells are expected, and the tornado threat would remain highest with these supercells. So, tornado watch will need to be expanded eastward according to the Storm Prediction Center ahead of the surging activity. So, again, not what you want to hear as we're looking at things. That's a really nasty looking storm there, and let's kind of track this. I mean, with our eyes here, because this could be holding together potentially for a while, depending on how it impacts, things here. If it can, not just that, but if it stays ahead of the line is what I'm kind of hinting at. So let's just kind of look at this here. So we're kind of looking at it kind of like this now. That's kind of, not seeing a whole bunch of the big, cities being impacted, but some of these smaller communities definitely could, like Mendenhall potentially. Could be, going just west of there, though, too. That's a possibility as well. As we kind of look at things here, I'll bring this over just a little bit, and we can kind of see what we're talking about here. Maybe a path kind of like this between Georgetown and Mendenhall, Mississippi, with a confirmed tornado. So, again, that's cause for significant concern here as we're looking at things. Let's go to the other mode of the Doppler technology. The debris isn't overwhelming right now, but there definitely could be something still on the ground, and we got to be mindful of this threat as it goes into counties further to the north. Confirmed tornado located over Centreville or 15 miles west of Liberty. That should be the Mitt and Wilkinson County warning. Okay, so let me go down here. Okay, so that's a confirmed. It's not a PDS, but still confirmed. By the way, St. Landry, Paris, Louisiana, earlier on, power poles are down because of a possible tornado there. But this is over Centreville or 15 miles west of Liberty, moving east at 50. This is a damaging tornado, and maybe some debris there. It's not really clear, but, as we kind of look at this, there is at least some lowered CC values in here. as we monitor the situation. So again, NASA stopped multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. We're gonna keep watching things and be back with more. Back with more at the bottom of the hour unless we need to pop back in sooner. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date as the situation does progress here. It's a dangerous situation. We have you covered here. We'll be watching locally tomorrow as well. There is a threat locally tomorrow across our 62 counties, but right now it's about areas to the west. A very substantial threat, and we'll have more unless we need to pop back in sooner. We'll have more at 6:30 Central Time, 7:30 Eastern.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. As we have a couple areas here of, pretty nasty concern. We have a bunch of tornado warnings lined up here. As we're looking, these radar indicated ones, but we have a confirmed tornado warning out toward the east. So we need to go ahead and get folks in the shelter. That's for Rankin and Simpson counties until 7:15 here at Central Time. So that's not what you want to see, obviously, as we're looking at things. Confirmed tornado over Panola, 9 miles southwest of Mendenhall. Moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. You see several other tornado warnings around. I know it's a tricky situation, too, because, some TV stations have sports are, wanting to sell, but they're not able to right now because they have to stick with, their obligation, which is severe weather coverage. So you gotta make sure that you're just kind of you stay in tune to the weather instead for the time being. In these type of inclement situations, you kind of just have to, kind of pardon the coverage here for the time being as you're looking at some of those local affiliates like in Jackson, Mississippi, and the like. So, again, just continuing to watch the scenario here and give you guys everything you need. You can see a lot of this rain to the north here. It is cooler to the north here. You see 50s, but then as you get down in here, you have 60s, 70s here on the board, and that, is a factor in these storms being stronger. The atmosphere is more favorable. Things are more volatile, so you need to take shelter when you have the warnings, the tornado warnings in play here. So, again, just trying to give you the very latest. Let's go ahead and go to our other Doppler mode. This is a great storm here. As we're kind of looking at things, you don't like to see stuff out ahead like this, but that's what we're dealing with right now around Panola. And we do have a good bit of rotation, and there is a confirmed tornado with this here. So again, just continuing to watch that around Panola, moving up toward Mendenhall in Mississippi right now as we just continue to keep you guys safe and informed. I see a new tornado watch just came on out. So that's definitely some cause for concern. And that watch actually goes pretty far to the east here. So let's go ahead and pop this on up on our other system. It's not, and I repeat, not a PDS tornado watch like the one to the west here. That one to the west, I mean, we have probabilities where we have a 95% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and 80% chance of 1 or more up to the 5 tornado. But to the east here in that yellow, which is a normal tornado watch per se, we're talking about an 80% chance still, which is pretty high, of 2 or more tornadoes, and a 50% chance of an EF2 to EF5, though EF5 is, less likely, especially not in a PDS watch this time of year in this part of the country. But, an EF2 plus tornado, there's still a 50% chance of at least one of those within that yellow shaded area. That's still a pretty high probability. So, again, kind of have to really be mindful of this here with the overall setup here meteorologically as things do go along here. We have stuff like this out here. I mean, that has a hook on it. Some tight rotation. We've been looking at a point south of Pascagoula. So that's something to kind of keep our eyes on. This tornado watch goes all the way out to areas here in Florida like Fort Walton Beach, and then in Alabama there. You see areas like Laverne under this tornado watch until 2 a.m. Central, which would be, 3 a.m. Eastern, but nobody in Eastern time zone under that. But just for perspective here for our local viewers on when maybe another watch might get issued, that would start to include some of our western counties. Could be around 3 a.m. Eastern. The thread would be a little later than that, probably into our zones or our western zones, but just kind of giving you guys some perspective on that here overall with what is happening, with what is going on here, what we are dealing with here at this point in time. So there's several weather indicated tornado warnings along this line. You can have these quick spin ups here. They could get a little bit stronger, no doubt. It's just, there's nothing overwhelming with some of these, but we do have, I'll just kind of go over all these then. So let me go ahead and zoom back out. We would rather have them in the line. Granted, that could still be pretty bad on a local level, but in general, you have a little bit more trouble getting as, violent of a tornado when it's in a line, unlike that area out ahead, which you could. But we have Hines, Madison, and Yazoo counties under a tornado warning until 7:30, at least portions of those zones. You have, let's see here, areas Louisiana, Mississippi, like the Gillsburg area under a tornado warning until 7:15 Central. We have a tornado warning there in Hines, and also getting over in toward Madison, Yazoo, and Warren until 7:15 Central Time. Lincoln, Jefferson, Franklin, and Copiah counties until 7 o'clock there. We just got a new one for Copiah, Lawrence, and Lincoln. A radar indicated tornado near Brookhaven. That warning until 7:15. We got a warning here for Acadia and Vermilion parishes in Louisiana until, let's see, 6:45 Central Time. We have a warning for Hines County until about 6:45. And we just got an update on a confirmed tornado warning for Madison and Yazoo counties. So that's the area up here. We're now getting indications of a little more concern up there. That's not a confirmed tornado. So we're talking about that near Brownsville, Mississippi, or 12 miles north of Clinton, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Tinsley over toward Yazoo City and Little Yazoo. Under that, that's this pink, purple, whatever you call it, box here. Not, city there is a watch, but the box here is the warning that is in play right now. So you need to take heed of this here as we continue to give you guys the very latest. Again, that's a new tornado warning that is in effect here, with the confirmed tag anyway. Another confirmed tornado in the midst of this tornado outbreak. So you see Kosciuszko there, Mississippi. That's an area of geographic reference that some folks will be kind of watching for. Let's get an idea on, that area. Let's kind of look into this here. We'll kind of watch to see if that kind of heads in that direction. We have several of these warnings. They're kind of hard to keep up with. A lot of them are more in the line, which would generally indicate a weaker, but still damaging tornadoes. And, even in the line, it could be a pretty wide path here of some straight line wind damage if you don't have a tornado, even areas like Jackson, Mississippi here coming up. So that's a warning for that area. Jackson, Mississippi, that is for winds of 60 and quarter size hail. But then we have a new tornado warning now, Copiah, Hines, and Rankin counties until 7:45 at about 6:37 Central. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Crystal Springs was moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So there's so many of these tornado warnings popping up here this evening. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. And again, we now have a tornado watch, in effect, whether you're traveling, it's the holiday season. The tornado watch goes all the way just west of Troy and Enterprise now, and into where the Florida Panhandle, including Fort Walton Beach, including areas there like Eglin. It looks like the Eglin Auxiliary area, Dukefield and Crestview in there as well. So it's kind of telling that weather story. As we're looking, I see a gust of 61 miles an hour a little earlier in Tensas Parish in Louisiana. That'd be closer to the northeast part of the state, and I think it's in the Monroe, Ruston area, the Monroe TV market, if I recall, as we continue to look at this here and continue to watch this ongoing tornado outbreak. So again, we're going to keep you updated back at the next interval, which is the top of the 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern hour, unless we need to pop back in sooner for more imminent, really overwhelming concern. So just keep it tuned here. Let me see if there's any questions or comments real quick. See if there's any new ones. Just checking with you guys here to see. Don't see anything right now. But again, just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Confirmed tornado located over Mendenhall in northeast at 45 miles an hour. So let's check on this real quick. A new update on this polygon. On this warning, it's not the most overwhelming signature, but it's a damaging tornado. According to the weather summit, it's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. There may be some debris in there. Let me check. So that is that's Rankin, right, in Simpson. So make sure we're on the best radar for that. It says we are, so we'll go ahead. There is something in here. Don't get me wrong. I'll kind of try to point it out here. It's kind of hard to point out on that, but it's kind of down in here. There's a little something, so I'm continuing to monitor all that here for you guys in toward the weather center. So, new update, confirmed tornado near Crystal Springs, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. That is Capaya, Hines, and Rankin. That's a different one, a different confirmed tornado then. Okay, Capaya, Hines, and Rankin. Is it that? Let's see. This stuff gets really messy in here. No, maybe not. Maybe it's down here. Oh, it's that. I see it right there, right west of Crystal Springs. I think that's where they're tracking is near Crystal Springs. You see a little notch. It's a weak tornado probably in that line, but it is a tornado right in there. That's a confirmed tornado here just west of, it looks like the interstate here, which would be I-55. So, you don't want to be driving right now in this area around I-55 and where that intersects with State Road 27. So, in parts of Mississippi, that's a confirmed tornado. I mean, even if it's an EF0, EF1, it can still, knock you off your track there on the roadway and cause a major and potentially even fatal accident. So, you gotta take this very seriously here, folks. You need to be, mindful of what's happening as we're looking at things. That's just a line of tornado warnings right now. We have that one out ahead. That's just so many in that line here that's, still problematic. May not be able to get to like EF3, EF4 type tornado winds here, but EF2 can still be deadly, especially for those in mobile homes. So that's still problematic. So, at some point, depending on how things go, we'll play it by ear to see if we just need to kind of switch over to a radar mode and get ready for our local storms and only break in as needed. But I want to still keep these half-hour updates going for now, as this stuff is going through Jackson and obviously breaking in as needed. And we have that one out ahead still, which still cause for concern. We have, the Storm Prediction Center, meteorology says that the, overall jet pattern here, that low-level jet, that LJ here could end up, becoming a much bigger factor, and that can really enhance things. We got to still be very careful, very vigilant. It's dark. Folks are traveling. It's a holiday weekend. I mean, there's a lot of bad things here, that are not working in our favor, even if we don't have the most overwhelming tornadoes. I mean, they're not bad things if you're trying to enjoy things, but, we want you to enjoy them safely. It's just if this adverse weather comes through, then it could, really impact you, your friends, and your family. So, again, just continuing to track this here in Mississippi. We have stuff south of Mobile that we're going to watch. We've had some, rogue tornado warnings there recently, and that might get something here soon. I'm surprised there's not something on that, to be quite honest. As this has an advisory here, gust to 50. Those winds are showing up at least 60 on velocity. Wouldn't be surprised if we have some damaging winds coming there. Right or not far off, the more populated part of Dauphin Island. There's still, land here. I don't know if it's actually populated there or not. I can't really tell. I'm not that familiar there. It looks like Dauphin Island over here is where the population is. So maybe that's why they don't, worry quite as much there. But still might issues if a thunderstorm warning, if nothing else, buy a battery there. Bayou La Battery, I guess how you pronounce that. That's where we might have to watch some stuff. Let me put our little mode on here for you. I'm trying to get this to loop around, but I guess it doesn't want to right now. So, nonetheless, just you can kind of see the general trends that may head toward that area, or maybe areas just a little bit off to the east. But again, going to continue to watch that situation. A lot of heavy rain in there as well, as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring the situation. We're in alert mode here to keep you guys safe and informed with this adverse scenario that is in play. You can see, I know we had some updates to the tornado watch. You can see where some of these counties have been added to the PDS watch all the way to the Mississippi-Alabama line. That includes, areas there, Columbus, Mississippi. Then you have Starkville, where Mississippi State University is. Granted, so the students probably out of town for winter break, but Octavia County, underneath that tornado watch, that PDS tornado watch, and you have Meridian there. You have that area under this, so Hattiesburg there. So that they're watching the scenario very carefully. Let's see our different updates. We have 4, I believe it is pink boxes here right now. Those are confirmed tornado warnings, including, there's right here in the metro. Right there in the metro. Let me see. I think our one system isn't updating right now, so I need to check this manually then. Okay, I'm just making sure. It looks like some of our stuff is not catching the warnings here right now. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up our tips. I'm going to check something on our other source. Bear with me. Guess our system, it's been kind of quiet for a while, but I guess our system doesn't want to pick up on these warnings now. So just want to make sure they're just, base fit or confirmed. I mean, that's kind of a thing there, because we certainly don't want a situation where these are PDFs and we're kind of missing them. So we have a confirmed tornado warning for the Jackson Metro now. So let's see. I want to make sure we look at that a little bit further before we kind of potentially wrap this update up. I may talk through it if I see enough concern for Jackson proper. Just bear with me here. I need to look on the other source, I guess. This doesn't want to update. We'll just go ahead and check here. Bear with me again. Excuse me. I'm just trying to give you the very latest. There are now 5 confirmed boxes. So let me go ahead and see what we might have. Okay, so I'm using the New Orleans area radar right now, but we have a confirmed tornado warning for Jackson. So the information on this one is a confirmed tornado near Crystal Springs moving northeast at 55. So Jackson any minute now could be impacted. See if we can get that radar working out of Brandon. There's something coming up there between Terry and Crystal Springs. This is a mess here. We can get still, folks' lives still in danger, even if these are not the highest end tornadoes. Excuse me. I'm talking a while here. I haven't had to talk too much like this in a while, but again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. We have multiple confirmed tornado warnings. Let me go ahead and just keep checking all these. So these are 5 pink boxes. Let me do a couple of things here so I can see this better myself. We have just so many of these now. They're kind of hard to make out even. To check some other monitors. So we have this confirmed tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado near Gillsburg, 14 miles southeast of Liberty, moving east at 50 miles an hour. This tornado warning here, this is going to be confirmed tornado over Hazelnut, Mississippi, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Granted, these may not be the strongest ones, but they could still be very dangerous, especially if folks traveling on a mobile home. Confirmed tornado near Crystal Springs, moving northeast at 55. Another confirmed tornado over here now, over Mendenhall, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And a confirmed tornado warning up here near Brownsville, Mississippi, or 12 miles north of Clinton, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So we now have, it's 5 confirmed tornado warning polygons here in play at this moment. So you really got to take this situation seriously. Tornado on the ground, interior room, away from windows. Get there right now. If you're in any of these, boxes, whether they're red or purple, even the yellow ones to some degree, severe thunderstorm winds can be dangerous. But embedded in some of these severe thunderstorms, we are having tornado-producing storms occurring right now. So that's, problematic for folks. So just got to be paying attention here and taking shelter as you're being urged to here in this type of inclement situation. So again, not what you want to see. Let me go ahead and not an overwhelming situation in terms of like just overwhelming damage, like what some of the stuff kind of was indicating that we had some of that in Texas even earlier on. Right now, even though the threat was supposed to maximize in overall intensity, I'm not sure that's exactly happening, but in overall coverage it is, because we're seeing a lot of tornadic activity that's being confirmed here right now. I know it's not wanting to pop up exactly on the radar, and some of this is right near the radar. Some of these are not the strongest tornadoes, but there's the debris on this one near Terry. This is a confirmed tornado down here. Any confirmed tornado, that means there's flying debris. Take shelter as we're looking here, as we're tracking. Again, let's go ahead and continue to watch Mendenhall area. Just be taking shelter in these areas. Straight line winds in here could be problematic too, right for the Jackson Metro. So take shelter if you're in Jackson, Mississippi right now. Even if you don't have a tornado, you're going to still have damaging straight line winds. I'm not seeing something that's just overwhelming for a tornado to go right through town in Jackson, but because it looks like some of this is a little bit to the south of the downtown, we have the worst conditions maybe toward Terry, Mississippi in this box, but you never know. Something can spin up so quick that by the next radar scan, it kind of comes right on through town. And even if it doesn't, you're still going to have some very adverse winds here coming on through that'll knock out power to some folks, more than likely here in Jackson and Rankin County. So again, that's some dangerous stuff there. That Rankin-Hines County area. You gotta really be mindful of what's happening here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall scenario. You just gotta be really mindful of what we're dealing with here and taking shelter. So, pretty nasty weather. Let me make sure we don't have any PDS ones here for a large tornado. Okay, that's not one, right? And that's not one either. Okay. So, if we had one, I'd stick with that. But I'm going to take a quick break here at the top of the hour unless something pops back up that warrants me to pop back in sooner. But some of the worst of the conditions about to be heading through Jackson, whether there's a tornado on the ground coming through town, odds are maybe a little less for that to happen, but it's not impossible. So be taking your precautions there right now. By the way, severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile County in Alabama, that area we were watching a little while ago. Not that long ago. You see a yellow box now for that. So it's going to be in play there. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, tornado possible tag. So let's go ahead and put the tornado watches back on here. You have the PDS in the purple, and from tornado warning in the pink polygons. So radar indicated ones in the red, and then the yellow is a tornado watch, still in play with some concern as well. So we're going to be back here at the top of the hour with more unless we need to pop back in sooner. Keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date as we try to protect you, your friends, and your family.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central. Watching the Doppler radar technology here right now. You see several pink polygons. These indicate confirmed tornadoes. Now, at the last check, and I'm going to check again here, we don't have necessarily any really large tornadoes. You know, the violent type of ones, and that we have this more in a line formation, but we still got to be really careful. These could still be deadly, you know, even around Jackson, Mississippi here. As I'm looking, I see this is the different information coming in. I know going to probably have a situation where a tornado watch is going to be needed closer to Birmingham in Alabama later on. 80% chance of that in that red boxed in area here. So in here, 80% chance of a new tornado watch going up further toward the north. So that's going to be something to be mindful of for sure as we look ahead here later on in the evening hours. So and it's got to be paying attention to that here. Let me go ahead and go right toward Jackson radar here. You can kind of see some of the stronger wind right around US 49. They're around Richland in Mississippi. Hopefully we don't have anything touching down, but right on the east side of Jackson, on that leading edge, we could have a spin-up tornado. It's not out of the question. I know we've had some confirmed signatures over the last little bit. Right now we're right near the radar. It's kind of hard to tell for certain. Let me see if we have any new updates on this here in the last few seconds. I don't see any on that warning there. Let me just keep watching right through Jackson there, right along US road here, like US 80. We also have getting over toward I-20 in there, I-55, all those areas being impacted by some nasty conditions. You see that wind report, 51 miles an hour, Hawkins Field 3 minutes ago. So this is coming through, and this is headed toward Brandon, Mississippi here as well over the next little bit. So again, watching this, I also see there's a concern for some flash flooding to the north, enhanced type of warning for the Memphis area now. They're not in the severe threat as much, really. But they're getting some rain where there's even some disabled vehicles and floodwaters in Shelby County, Tennessee. Life-threatening flash flooding up toward DeSoto and Shelby counties now. So that includes Memphis in toward that warning there. And the last 12 hours of raining, see some areas 3-4 inches, you know, and even in the last hour, I mean, you know, in a highly populated area, you know, where drainage isn't as good, because of all the concrete, it's going to be a little bit, you know, more prone to flooding as we're looking at that. So that's kind of the storyline there. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. We want you guys to be very careful here in this set of circumstances. I'm leaning toward, because this is more of a QLCS situation right now, granted it could change, you know, some of these stuff, or some of these areas ahead could become, you know, more indicative of concern, or even Alabama, but really start to get stuff ahead. We could still have, you know, a situation where we have something really bad still in our hands. We've already had stuff pretty bad today, even fatality reported in toward Texas. The last check, it was one there in the Houston TV market. That was before we really had the, you know, area that had the overwhelming risk get into things here with the more enhanced moderate type of concern. But nonetheless, here, things, you know, in that area could become more problematic too. Had a pretty bad tornado there around, I think it was McCall Creek. You know, I'm trying to remember these names. I apologize because it's the one-man band. And we're looking, there's Jackson. It's kind of hard to pull this up. There it is, McCall Creek. Yeah, that's where we were watching some of that action earlier on here in the Weather Center. So, nasty situation here as we continue to monitor things. We have tornado warnings with 8 of them right now, 4 confirmed, 4 radar indicated. So, probably a situation where we kind of switch over to radar mode unless we need to cut back in. And of course, I'll be on tomorrow for our local threat here. Local severe weather could be as early as sunrise or even a tad earlier out toward our western counties. So keep that in mind. We'll be here for you guys then to keep you safe. But you see all these tornado warnings. We have Capaya, Hines, and Rankin. That's till 7:15. No, excuse me, 7:45 Central Time. We have Capaya, Lawrence, and Lincoln, that's a confirmed tornado warning at 7:15. Confirmed tornado warning there, Louisiana Mississippi line. 15 miles south of Macomb. That's till 7:15 Central Time. Yazoo County in Mississippi. That is until 7:15. That's a confirmed one as well. And then radar indicated Holmes, Carroll, Attala, Yazoo in Mississippi. And then we also have let's see, Rankin, Simpson, Lawrence in Mississippi. We have in Louisiana, East Baton Rouge and Livingston parishes. But then we just got a tornado warning in Mobile County, Alabama now. So let's go ahead and see that one. You know, that's something that's cause for concern. That's that area I was talking about earlier on in our last update. We were watching that. Now it's a little more concerning. It has a pretty well-defined hook on it. So let's go ahead and jump on over here. You can see up toward, if I'm pronouncing that right, Huron Bay. To get something right there at the coast, a waterspout maybe to come on shore, right near a bridge even. State Road 193. And then kind of right along the coast there, maybe get back out in the water before maybe it's a problem further off toward the east here later on even. That's something we'll watch. You know, maybe something that they're watching further off toward like Fairhope or Daphne. It's possible at least as we're kind of tracking the overall scenario. Okay, so we have 5 confirmed warnings now. Let me zoom back out. So, confirmed tornado Yazoo and Madison near Annandale. Okay, I think that's the new one. Just trying to make sure we're not missing any, you know, really enhanced concern ones here. Bear with me. Let me get that Madison and Yazoo pulled up on here then. I mean, this is all kind of embedded in that line, so it kind of makes things a little bit trickier here. Okay, so Madison and Yazoo. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Okay, so we're watching some of this action in the north. Give me a second. Our system, trying to click off some of our systems. Bear with me. So Madison County here in Mississippi. Maybe something back out in there is possible. Because a few minutes back on that debris tracker. So again, just continuing to watch all that here with the overall scenario. Again, trying to keep it safe. Let's see if we have the new SPC. Okay, they still are going moderate here in the western Alabama. And there's your risk for strong tornadoes all the way out to there. I mean, that's, you know, Tuscaloosa and Birmingham and Atmore, Alabama, Mobile. So we got to be really careful. And the moderate risk in the red, the goldish area is the still a 10% tornado risk, you know, significant tornadoes possible. And then 5% gets into our area from very early on that Sunday morning. So we got to be ready here to do long form coverage for our local viewers. So with that being said, I'm going to just check a couple things. There's infrared. That probably needs to be switched over to a better view on that. But you have all that cold cloud top activity with the thunderstorms associated with the action. But with that being said about having to be on tomorrow here for our local viewers, we're going to wrap it for now. Granted, I'm here in the Weather Center, and if I need to cut back in for something really serious, I will. I'm going to leave the radar stream going here for everybody. And again, I can break back in at once if I need to. We'll leave this going for a while. I know it talks about Louisiana, Mississippi, though. Alabama's starting to get into the action now, too, with the overall danger. We're in alert mode, and if we really see something pop up here that's really overwhelmingly serious for the regional level, and we'll be on, of course, if it's local level, we have to be on for our 62 counties, as we've talked about here in toward the Weather Center. So we're in Bradford, but we're on for all the 62, any of the 62, if there's a tornado warning storm moving through. We'll be on the different platforms as we look ahead toward that Sunday here, as we continue to give you guys the very latest. So again, I gotta watch Alabama here as well, because that, risk of some strong tornadoes at night in Alabama is not exactly what you want to deal with. So it's a decent chance I'll be back on here having to break into this stream or having to do another stream even later on if something really amounts to, maybe a tornado emergency or something really serious going through a metro. So the tornado emergency, though, that's kind of that, point where we just have to be on for it, so that's kind of the storyline there. So that's going to wrap it for now, I think, but I'm on guard here, and of course we'll be on for our local area. We're watching the national picture, only for that is needed, but local, any tornado warning in the 62 counties we're on, we've been done that for every single one the last 5 years or so. So very important to me to be able to do that. Of course, the national weather, we like to be on when there's like a 15% or higher SPC tornado risk, like we've been doing here. Just don't want to be, overusing my energy here for our local weather concerns with this system as we get into toward that Sunday. As we look ahead toward tomorrow, we got to be mindful of that here. On guard for what could happen on that Sunday here. I know we're always on, when we, get more concerned with things in this type of pattern, we're really honing on those tornado emergencies here as well. So that's going to do it for now. And we haven't had tornado emergencies since May, haven't had one today. Like for that catastrophic tornado potential, that could still happen tonight. If that happens, we'll be here for you, as quick as we can to get on the air. But NWS Tornado on Twitter /X is also a good account to follow. If you were to get a tornado emergency, the purple or pink, however you want to describe it here, that box would get another line in it per se. So you see it pop up probably before I got on, unless somehow I really saw it, just overwhelmingly obvious that it needed that. And the stuff out ahead would be more concerning. Gotta watch around Birmingham. Probably gonna get a tornado watch up there soon that goes maybe even to southern Tennessee. So, still a long night ahead. We're just, going in a situation we're not going to guarantee the updates, unless we absolutely have to be on form or, of course, for our local area. But if something breaks, I'll be here for you guys. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here in toward the Weather Center, all the different platforms. We're going to leave the radar stream going. Let me get this kind of set on up here just a little more. Let me get it. We have a loop. Might as well do that since we're going to, put it in the radar mode. On the stream. Let me get our frames loaded and then kind of have it progressing for everybody. Bear with me here. Getting some new data in. One injury, Franklin County, Mississippi, earlier on that come into the system. I just wanted to kind of look at that as I get my loop ready on this other source. We still have several tornado warnings on Jackson. These are still, dangerous. EF1, EF2 type tornadoes will be more likely than EF3, EF4 with this stuff. That's why we're not sticking with it for now, but still can be deadly for folks on that regional level. So I'm going to leave the radar stream going here for a while longer. That's the plan. And of course, if we need to pop back in, we will. We're going to be up early tomorrow for our threat. Our western areas, Tallahassee areas, Albany areas, could be even before, really. Sun comes up around 7:20. Could even be before that in some of those western areas. We have to be on the air for our local zones. So I know we're at 69, 70 degrees right now here east of Stark. And as we're looking toward tomorrow, that daytime heating can be a factor in getting things going. So be on guard tomorrow, all of our 62 counties. Not as big of a threat as out west, but still could be problematic. Granted, west areas of our viewing circles, so Tallahassee and then north Georgia is where the chances are a little bit higher. But we'll be here. Jackson will still got to watch, even during that Jacksonville Jaguar game. Get enough destabilization, things could pop at the wrong time. It'd be very hazardous for folks in terms of weather going to that game tomorrow between the Tennessee Titans and Jacksonville Jaguars. So be very mindful. You might have to evacuate to a safer spot within the stadium at some point there, whether it's early on or later on. And those tailgating, if you're not going to the game, to actually go to the game, be very mindful that you may need a safe place to go if there's some adverse weather headed your way. I know it's not that impactful of a game at all. It's more about draft position for the NFL draft next year for Jacksonville and Tennessee than anything. But, folks that are still headed out there to like tailgate, you need to really be careful because you don't want to get yourself caught without shelter, because tornado warning comes into play or something like that. You could really have problems on your hands as we're looking toward Everbank Field tomorrow. So that weather could turn severe for that. It's not a guarantee, but, a lot of folks probably won't even be tailgating there, but for the ones that are, important to keep that in mind. This is the last home game of the season, and just you got to be mindful here of what's happening with everything. You just got to be making sure you're taking shelter here as the scenario does go along, if it does warrant. So, if you're like tailgating, you might not have that place to. If you're actually in the stadium, there'll be some places. Granted, it could still be kind of tricky for folks there in the overall grand scheme of things. So Tampa could have that issue too. I believe they're at home tomorrow in their game. It means more, obviously, for them, and but the chances of the weather being impactful look like they might line up a little bit more with Jacksonville, because even lightning will cause a delay, and that could still be deadly as well. So gotta remember, whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors, even in that scenario. So we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to track the weather picture. Here's that looping radar. I'm going to leave this on up here. Let me get this kind of set on up here right. I just want to make sure we have it kind of good here on the view. I'll leave it up where we have Memphis. Birmingham, you'll see if there's a new watch coming into play there. Jackson's getting some of the rest of the weather right now. Let me try to zoom in one more so that way you can see Jackson a little better. Let me just try to make sure we kind of get the best view of things. I know it's kind of hard to get everything on in there sometimes. In this type of pattern, it's a pretty widespread region, really, with watches and warnings. So it makes things kind of hard sometimes as we're kind of looking. I'll leave it in this for now. I can always adjust it as I need to, but we're going to leave you with this view. Again, there's your view right now of everything as I'm watching things here in toward the weather center. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. Just trying to keep you guys informed on exactly what is going on here as the hours tick by. But we're going to go to the radar mode for now. We're in alert mode, obviously, with that red logo. Going to keep that through our coverage of the storms here tomorrow in case stuff gets a little overwhelming. I mean, some of the models have been pretty aggressive with some of our local concerns here tomorrow. Not, like an outbreak of tornadoes or something, but there could be quite a bit of convection here with lightning and damaging winds, and a better tornado or two can't be ruled out. So stay weather aware. We'll be watching and we'll be tracking. Here to look at this. Again, I'll pop back in if I need to. There's the view right now. Tornado outbreak stream continues. And again, you can go to that NWS Tornado Twitter/X account for all the warning information as it comes out. If we get a tornado emergency, we'll pop back in here immediately. The two purple/pink boxes right now. One for Yazoo and Madison counties in Mississippi for a confirmed tornado, and the other Copiah, Hines, and Rankin. That's a confirmed tornado warning. Not as many as earlier. They're in the embedded line scenario here, so sometimes it'll be a little weaker. Not always in that situation, but sometimes a little weaker. Not as many confirmed ones right now, but some of those, around Jackson. So that's something to watch. That's what the pink, purple, whatever column boxes mean, confirmed. Red boxes mean, radar indicated tornadoes. The purple shaded zone, that is a PDS tornado watch. And then the yellow shaded zone is a formal and / normal tornado watch. So kind of breaking down everything for you. Stay safe out there. Have a good night for now. And I'll be back here as conditions warrant. Of course, we'll be back, on that Sunday. We're still scheduled to have our late Monday, early Tuesday update as well this week, instead of having that later on because of the New Year's Eve festivities and holiday and the like there. So it'll be on that holiday schedule. We're doing late Monday, early Tuesday. That's the plan right now for our next update after tomorrow. So, of course, we're likely to have to be on tomorrow a good bit. So just continue to watch, continue to track here and we'll be breaking as it is warranted. But for now, let's leave you that live radar loop here, that live radar stream as you watch the watches, the warnings, the storm reports, the lightning, the rainfall, and the like as the accent traverses across portions of the southeastern United States.